right. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Robert. Anthony, Ellen, Corey's in the room. 5 of 7. Good morning. Terry. Futures are up 1150. They're off the best levels of the session. DraftKings morning blog post. We had news that DraftKings So DraftKings inked a deal with the New York Giants. As we were mentioned yesterday, any good management team will continue to sign deals, especially something like sports betting. Strike while the iron's hot. I saw Maryland is looking to pass a bill, I guess, against online betting. That's so funny. So There will be the pros and the cons, of course. The stock, though, is a separate issue. If you're uncomfortable trading something from a moral standpoint, I guess you have that issue. But as far as DraftKings is concerned, it should continue to move higher. We've got institutions looking at shares, picking up shares. You can see the volume, looking for relative volume today on DraftKings to be above 2 to signal that that pop this morning will continue and that we could see more upside. Targets are those levels shown in the chart I posted for starters. Let's see, DHI. All right. Let's get ready for the opening bell. We got about 6 minutes to go. We've got FOMC today at 2, and then, of course, Powell speaks soon thereafter.
DSX now is shipping, announcing sale of Panamax dry bulk vessel, DMV Coronis, that's Delta Sandy X-ray.
All right. So at 2 o'clock, we got FOMC, Fed chair at 2:30. Let's see what we have this morning. We got business inventories at 10 a.m. We also have housing market index at 10 a.m. Atlanta Fed business inflation expectations at 10 a.m. and the 10:30 EIA petroleum status report. Okay, so that'll be important as well, petroleum status. If we have any more downside in crude oil, that is creating a small headwind for equities. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. NYMO was briefly above zero yesterday at plus 18 to start the day and then gradually drifted lower. It is currently minus 6.68. So we want that cycle that has bottomed as of September the 7th to continue to build the right side of a cup, if you will. That'll signal that breadth is improving. Yesterday, I think if you were noticing the Slack chat room, there was a lot of stocks and symbols being posted as gains, people taking profits, making money. So that's an increase. We can see that increase quite easily now as breadth improves, more stocks are participating. Obviously, we can't trade every single symbol that is being posted in the Slack trading room. We just need to focus on a handful of names and trade them with a strategy.
HT Wazoo Group announcing pricing of its global offering for both international and Hong Kong has been set at 297 Hong Kong dollars per share. That's HT.
Snowflake is supposed to IPO today, right? Snowflake, backed by Warren Buffett. New IPO. EQIX, you're watching that one today, Robert, to trade? Morning shade. All right, so audio is no longer muted. Okay, so let's get ready for the opening bell. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. 2-minute warning. All right, we got less than 2 minutes to go. 1 minute to go. All right, good luck, everyone. As a new member, you need to focus on the first 30 minutes. Focus on the first 30 minutes of the day. We don't normally take positions in the first 30 minutes. We do take profits, however, and we reassess the markets after the opening range at 10 o'clock. We'll wait for our vol to be above 2 for stocks that we're interested in, and for price action to be above VWAP throughout the day if we're bullish. Below VWAP for shorts. Let me just log on to my brokerage account real quick. If there's anything I want to take profits off into the open, maybe add some DraftKings. DKNG. All right. Trading well today, folks. All right, so we're open. All right, so DraftKings is on the move. We're up 4%. DraftKings plus 4%. There goes DraftKings, looks good. Breaking out. Relative volume 1.15, it's early. I'll see if DraftKings can run a bit, maybe take a little profits off if it starts to top, show some topping candles, or if it just keeps running. All right. Okay, DraftKings 51.44, high of the day so far. Relative volume is 1.79 and increasing. That's showing that volume is picking up. We have, I don't know if we have any upgrades yet. If anybody knows of upgrades, I hadn't picked up on that this morning so far for DraftKings. I imagine there'll be some upgrades in the future. Breaking out of this pattern, we got a 14-point measure move approximately, maybe more. 20% brings us up to about 60 or so on DraftKings. It's only one stock, so we're watching other things as well. IV percent is at 94%, so getting a little expensive. DraftKings for options, so I'd be trading spreads, calendars. All right, Apple looking better, looking for a high RVOL. We've got Facebook with RVOL of 2. Little gap down this morning. Tesla a little bit lower. We've got Capri, which has been on the move lately. Capri doing very well this morning. Capri Holdings. That's one that we looked at from the 1898 level. And Mr. Najarian mentioned it. Again, we're waiting for the opening range. Some of you like to trade in the first 15, 20 minutes. I do not. I don't like getting chopped up by algorithms taking care of imbalances. We added to Capri yesterday on a dip. Added shares. That's in my son and daughter's accounts. I have some shares as well. Intel. NIO, looking for a follow through on NIO. EQIX, Robert's looking at. I'll keep track of that one. EQIX is trading RVOL of 1. It gapped up today. Nice one, Robert. Like it. NIO is a bit lower at the moment. All right, Capri keeps moving. If you traded options from that original location where Mr. Najarian mentioned, I think it was Tuesday, the week before, 2 weeks ago. That's looking pretty good. Digital Turbine, that's one Mikey mentioned over the last week or so. APPS. That one's continuing higher. Nice trade. Apps Turbine, Digital Turbine. We have 2.74 relative volume on Digital Turbine. Hat tip to Mikey in the room. Apps Turbine. It's up 8% and ripping higher. All right, Apps Turbine, a Digital Turbine looks good. Let me look at this on the daily, see what kind of perspective we can see. DraftKings continuation, that's trading 3 times RVol. All right, DraftKings looks good. Apple looking for a follow through. Snap breaking out. Snap. Workhorse pop. Workhorse is following through. Jeez, everything is running. Okay. Workhorse looks good. Let the thing settle down. I don't want to chase anything up here. Workhorse is trading 0.5 RVol, so don't get sucked into this one. Wait for RVol to pick up. It's probably going to pull back in. Same with Snap, though Snap has shown a tendency to break higher even though on lower RVol, so that's a hard one to judge. DraftKings, continuation. APPS, let's see what's going on there. All right, so we've got tight Bollinger Bands, which are opening up top and bottom on the daily. That tells you to look for a fast move. We saw that yesterday. So most likely this will continue. We're running into a pivot high right here at 31.34. There's a pivot that we saw back in the 3rd week of August where we hit that level and reversed on a doji. If we blast through that level, that's a good sign. 60 minutes showing relative volume, and the 5 minute, all right, looks good. So maybe take a little bit off of Digital Turbine and reassess for maybe a little dip if you're day trading, or keep your core on. All right, I'm going to take half off here. That was a nice, very nice movie. When you get 10% in 2 days or more, you'd be foolish not to take a little bit off. Keep some on. All right, I sold half of my Apps Turbine. That's plus 10%. That's a good one. If you're taking 1% losses, as Mikey likes to talk about in his seminars, if you're taking 1 or 2% losses and you're making 10, 20% gains, the math obviously works for you. Okay, all you need is one good trade a day. We talk about this every single day. I know it bears repeating, but people get tired of me saying it. $500 minimum goal for the day is what I shoot for. That's $10,000 a month. That includes an occasional loss or two at 1 or 2%. Take them off quick. If the stock's not moving in your direction, if you're not seeing moves like you have on Apps Turbine, Digital Turbine, where you make 10% and your losses are 1 or 2%, you're making net 8%. Obviously, it works for you. And if you position size enough that you're not taking on too much risk, but you can make $500 a day, that's $10,000 a year, or a month, sorry, and $1,000 a day, obviously, 20,000 per month. You can certainly live a happy lifestyle on that. just trading one or two stocks and making sure that you're getting these kind of moves. The way you get these kind of moves is you look at RVOL. Take a stock that's trading RVOL and filter everything else out. Okay. Let's see what Facebook's back up to the highs. Let's see what I did with I had a good till cancel order on some Facebook calls. Let's see. All right, that's that. There's one or two good trades a day. All right, you don't want to, if you're off 5%, just take the damn thing off and look at another position. All you need to do is make 5% to get back to even. The smaller the loss, the easier it is to get back to even on a bad trade. But if you let it exacerbate to 15, 20%, it takes like 25% gains just to get back to even on a 20% loss. So you have to risk manage. That is probably the hardest thing for new traders to grasp. Stock's not working. If it starts dropping immediately once you enter, just take it off. That's all you have to do. Get used to it. Capri, let me see what I want to do with Capri Holdings. Do I want to take some off? Intel, watching that. Facebook, NIO, DraftKings continuation. Lowe's trying to bounce. Snap at the highs. DraftKings up 8.4%. EQIX, I like it. It's got one RBOL of 1. There goes Capri Holdings again. Maybe I add to that again. It's a little early. It's 9:46. Okay, even if you make $200 a day, you make $5,000 a month in addition to money that you're making. There goes Capri, and my gosh, this thing is gone. Capri, let the train leave the station and let it go. It's up 9%. Could be one of those days. Once you see some topping candles with relative volume at 3.45, I don't think we're going to see any topping candles in the next few minutes. Just let that one keep going. All right, I'm looking at a half a dozen stocks right now, and only a few of them have high RBOL. Digital Turbines, one, it's above 3.36. It's flagging right now. I took half off, plus 10% or better. First in, first out. Added to that one a couple of times, thanks to Mikey. On Monday mentioning it, and last week. There goes Workhorse. Damn it, Workhorse. It's still showing 0.76 on RVOL. All right. Facebook coming in a little bit. Lowe's, NIO, CPRI, Intel trying to push higher again today. Watch AMD and Intel. These two. Anybody having issues with Thinkorswim? I'm having issues this morning.
Weekly 53 call on DraftKings, DKNG, Delta Q, River Golf.
Charts are locked up, looks like. Digital Turbine coming in a little bit. It's a pretty big move on Digital Turbine. Maybe take a little bit more off.
FCX, we put back around weekly 17.5 call now on FTX on that possible deal with Barrett and CX structure early next week.
All right, took another quarter off of Apps Turbine. I don't want to give away this nice move. If it dips some more, it stays above VWAP. Our relative volume suggests that it will. Then we'll take another look at it. CPRI, watching that. Capri Holdings. Okay. So AMD pulled back. Intel's trying to hold its own workhorse. Nice push this morning. Facebook looking for a pop back up above yesterday's highs. It pulled back on news that Kim Kardashian, one of the Kardashians, was freezing her account. Big deal. Is that a reason for the entire Facebook business model to fail? I doubt it. I know she has a lot of followers, something ridiculous amount of followers, but those followers I don't think are people that are using the platform to advertise, that are paying Facebook for advertising rights, So Facebook will probably be an opportunity on any dips. If you bought yesterday, once it started to show signs of buyers stepping up, same thing with Apple. Apple, after their news event, was a sell the news event, sell the news, and then some of you in the trading room picked up shares at the lows. Apple looked really good, started to move higher in the last hour of trading, power hour. There goes Workhorse starting to go again. Workhorse is looking good. Workhorse looking good. All right, just had to reboot. TOS, we're back up again. Hate when that happens. Capri, a little profit taking, take some profits in Capri. Let's see if it holds above VWAP. If it holds above VWAP and buyers step up, maybe we'll hold on to this for a few more minutes. If it loses VWAP, I would take it off. You've got a nice gain, 7.4%. At the highs, it was up over 8.4%. Capri, hang in there, Capri. NVIDIA looking for a bounce. Low R-vol, it's at 0.54 right now. DraftKings. All right, that's flagging at the highs. Can't help but believe that if they keep signing deals the way they're doing, DraftKings could be a $100 stock by the end of the year, if not sooner. As institutions pick up shares, 240 firms have picked up shares compared to a very small amount in the previous quarter. So the recent quarter reporting, June quarter, 240 fund managers had bought shares of DraftKings when it pulled back during June. It's made higher lows since. If you're looking at the daily chart, Bollinger Bands opening up top and bottom. That's telling you look for a fast move. That started yesterday. We started to see that. Actually, it was the day before yesterday. It was Monday. That we saw a big expansion day. We had 4-to-1 up volume, average 3-to-1 all day, 4-to-1 on Monday. Following through now on the breakout. Yesterday we had an inside bar. I told you an inside bar is a trading day, a tight trading range day that's in the upper quarter, upper third of the mother bar or expansion bar, if you will. That was Monday. Tuesday was that inside bar. Inside bars typically continue in the direction of the prevailing trend. The prevailing trend is bullish. So all of these things are adding up to give you an increased edge. With Bollinger Bands opening up, that's telling you volatility is expanding. Why is it expanding? Because you got more buyers than sellers. We can confirm it with RVOL, which is at actually it's 2.39 now. 2.39 RVOL. So when you get an RVOL day of 2 or greater, when you get a RVOL day like that, it typically, and it stays that way all day, typically that turns into a pivot, a pocket pivot day, which is a trading day where volume exceeds, bullish volume exceeds the previous 10 days bearish volume. So you'll see a spike on the chart on your volume, and you'll look back 10 days and you won't see any bearish volume that matches that by any measure. The thing is, we want to trade the pocket pivot before it forms by the close. So the way we do that is we pay attention to RVOL. Okay, when you get a news event on top of that, or an upgrade, a tier 1 upgrade, which we're probably going to start seeing with DraftKings in the near future. I don't mean to focus so much on DraftKings. I'm just trying to explain my thought process. Most new traders are like, when should I sell? When should I sell? Well, the basic rules are if you take in 1 or 2% losses and your stock is making a 10% gain, maybe you take a little bit off at 10%, look for more. If it's a breakout of a pattern, you typically look for a 20% gain. So a $40 stock, you're looking for an 8-point move above the breakout level. That's standard IBD, William O'Neill profit-taking rules. Okay, 20%, start to scale out. A lot of stocks will, especially if they're growth stocks that are showing a lot of strength. Watch Capri here. I might sell some. Let me sell some here. All right, take some profits. All right, I took some profits on Capri. Capri took half off.
83 rather on the NAHB housing market index. 78 was the estimate. Business inventories plus 0.1% in.
All right, let's look at
The NAHB housing market index.
XHB, builders. XHB, low R-ball. Let's see if we get an individual stock like DHI. That's at the highs. Doesn't look like it's going to push more. It's at R-ball of 1. Capri, it took half off. Took half off of Capri. All right, DraftKings, that looks good. What's Facebook doing? Facebook floundering a bit. Let's see. It's going to go a little bit higher. Watch Facebook. DraftKings looking good. All right, DraftKings, I probably should buy some more. Looking at some options on DraftKings. Further out. In the money, maybe deep in the money. I want this to trade like a stock. Let me look at DraftKings. What is the, what did we say DraftKings is at 91%. So I need to trade spreads on DraftKings. I don't want to buy it here. I want to look for a little pullback on the 5-minute. Perhaps. 1.27 R-vol. So this might come in a little bit. Facebook looking for a push. Futures bouncing back up to the monthly VPOC, point of control, 2.4 relative volume. Tick cumulative is red on the 60-minute. We need to see a higher low and a higher high. We already have the higher low. 2-to-1 on the NASDAQ, 2-to-1 on the NYSE. Intel trying to push. Tesla trying to push. Tesla looking good. Tesla. I have to mute you for a second. All right, Intel looks good. We got Tesla pushing higher. Facebook just sitting here. Futures trying to push higher. Facebook no follow through. DraftKings looks like a little profit taking right here. DraftKings, a little profit taking. Not a bad idea. All right, DraftKings looking for a little pull-in. Okay, DraftKings holding pretty good, holding pretty well. Don't want to chase it up here, but it does look strong. R-ball 1.35. I'm going to wait a few minutes. Facebook pulling back a bit. Futures just below the point of control. $34.04. Trading $34.03. All right, looks like tick cumulative just turned green again, so that's good. Tick cumulative just turned green again. Two to one up volume. Persistent. Looks good. DraftKings. Facebook. Shaking some people out. Maybe we'll get Facebook to trend a little bit. It's trading 1.15 R-vol. Intel trying to go. Watch Intel, potential trade there on Intel. Intel looks good on all time frames. Let's see if we can get above. Intel needs to get back above. It is above the 9 and 21 day. Could see about 3 points from here, Intel. Facebook looks good. Workhorse flagging at the height of day. There goes Snap. Snap breaking out. All right, let's look at Snap on the daily. You only need a few good trades. Realistically, you only need one good trade a day for you newbie traders. Try not to take 15 positions, especially when you're new at this. You want to take one or two, see how R-ball works out for you. You don't want to be taking positions where you got a flat VWAP. Snap looks good. Snap is looking very strong. I'm going to try some Snap. Let's see how this works today. Some of you already have positions in Snap. Extended right now, so I wouldn't buy it up here, but it does look strong. Tesla flagging. It's above where we entered yesterday. Yesterday's VWAP level was about, what was it there? It was around 445 or so. Tesla's looking good. Tesla follow through. Facebook looks like it wants to go. Tesla's going. Might add to Tesla. Going to add to Tesla.
First indication now on the S&P indicating $160. It's at $120 SNOW.
Tesla we added yesterday around 3.
First indication now priced at $120 SNOW.
332. 332. There goes Tesla, looking good. There goes Intel, looking good. Facebook, just need you to lift. Snap, coming in a little bit. That's what you want to see to get a nice entry. Watching for flags now. Relative volume on Workhorse is 0.61, 0.97 on Snap. Snap's probably going to continue. It's looks like it's going to have a decent day today. Snap relative volume has been pretty strong. The builders, DHI continuation. Capri, we saw some selling there at the highs. We got a nice pop this morning to sell into. We're waiting for buyers to step up. If they step up, it'll be obvious on this pullback. NVIDIA looking for a bounce. All right, we've got plus 15 on NYMO. That's telling you more stocks are participating again. All right, so you have improving breadth with NYMO plus 15. That means more stocks are participating, more stocks are breaking out, and more to choose from. You want to, the caveat here is you only want to trade stocks that are showing above average relative volume. That will seal the deal for you. Snap looks good. Thanks. VMB, thanks for Snap. $1.5 minimum, Cat. I'd like to see relative volume of 1.5. Now, if you had a big day yesterday and you're using relative volume, you have to keep that in mind, okay? So if you had a relative volume day of 4 yesterday And today you have a relative volume of 1. We're measuring it against that 4. So could still be a good day. So you need to consider that as well. So if you're using Grover's grid of 5-minute, 60-minute, and daily charts, it's going to help you with that. On the things to skimp on, if you're a new trader, buying scripts or buying whatever, books and everything, you don't want to script on something that's going to help you identify the trades that you need to look at. I don't make any money off of Grover's scripts, but I can tell you I do make money by using them to trade. So I don't have any kind of agreement with him other than the fact that I'm using his scripts to trade, and I think they're invaluable, especially if you got Thinkorswim. I think they're really great asset. You can very quickly look at a grid of however many stocks you want to follow. Once you see that yellow box show up on relative volume, you can zoom in on that. Your eyeball just goes right to it, and you just look at that particular stock. You do 2 or 3 positions with high R-ball, and looking for Capri to bounce here. Capri might be a nice area to buy. Watching for buyers. Here's a good example. Relative volume on Capri is 2.8. It had a big pop this morning over 10% or something like that. We took profits into strength. Stock is pulling back. Looks like a bear flag, but the relative volume is staying pretty strong. And what I'm watching for right now is the VWAP indicator, which is we're seeing red bars. So I want to see those red bars start to get shorter and start to move towards the 0 line and turn green again before taking a trade. Snap looks good. Relative volume is above 1 now. Snap's indicator just went above 1. All right, that looks good. DTR 80 cents. DTR daily range today so far is 80 cents. Average true range is $1.04, $1.08. So we could be, we're 20 cents off of what could be 25 cents off of what could be the highs of the day. That's another thing about the script. It follows average true range and it compares it to the daily range of the day. So if you got a stock like Facebook that trades $10, $12 average true range, and you're only trading 6 and the stock like Facebook is set up, R-vol is high, it tells you that you got potential for another $4 to $6 of upside. The chart has to continue to confirm it, and the volume needs to continue to confirm it. But these are the kind of things that these scripts do a good job of. It also tells you where is the previous daily close high. If it's green, it's telling you it's above. It's obvious. So you don't have to look, you don't have to flip-flop between charts to compare values. It also tells you where it is relative to VWAP. Is it in zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Okay, as it moves above VWAP, it's zone 4, 5, and 6. Right now it's at zone 5. VWAP is green, and it's looking good. All right, Workhorse pulling back a little bit. Facebook pulling back a little bit. Apple also pulling back to yesterday's levels. So is Facebook. DHI breaking out. DraftKings taking a little breather at VWAP. Snap looking good. Lowe's pulling back a little bit. DHI, builders looking good. The builders numbers, NAHB numbers were good. There goes DHI breaking out. All right, maybe I'll buy some DHI. Let's see, DHI. Let me see what DHI looks like. DHI. Thinkorswim keeps crapping out on me. What the hell's going on? DHI. All right, DHI looking good. All right, let me increase my memory. Maybe that's the problem with Thinkorswim. All right, let's see. Facebook at the lows. Snap pulling back below VWAP. DHI looks good. Let me update. Thank you for reminding me. We got to update Spot Gamma. Thank you, Madrid. Appreciate that. So many balls in the air, sometimes you forget. $9.16. A very small update, looks like. All right, so no changes, it looks like. 3,400 remains a key area. Volatility trigger is below 3390. If we move below 33.90, the vol trigger, we could see a quick test at 33.50. All right, there goes DHI. Looks good. Okay, DHI. Good numbers out of NAHB, the National Association of Home Builders. We see some of these select names like DHI, D.R. Horton, Toll Brothers. Look at your favorite builder. Remember, copper has been moving higher, so copper is telling us that we should look for further upside and construction-related names. Capri just hanging out. We don't want to get back into this until we see volume start to pick up on the buy side. DraftKings, nice little pullback, giving us a better opportunity. All right, so IV is backed off from 94% to 90% implied volatility on DraftKings. Anticipating it'll continue higher, but it's a little extended from the 9 and 21 day. Maybe we get a little pullback for a better entry. No need to chase it. Look for better opportunities. Facebook on the pullback might be an opportunity. Snap, just a quick pullback on Snap. Capri pulling back. All right, so stocks are pulling back, so we're waiting for the indices to bounce off of this area. We're right below the monthly point of control. Not doing anything at the moment, waiting. Oh boy. Okay, so the futures are right below the volume point of control for the day and for the month. and for the week. We're just watching. Crude oil, let's see what crude oil looks like. Crude oil pulling back. All right, so this is a little bit of a headwind for the markets. With crude oil pulling back, you want crude oil to be moving in the same direction as equities. That's pulling back pretty quickly here. Crude pulling back. Headwind for equities. Tilray popping. Let's see if Tilray has any kind of volume on it. Facebook at the lows. Tilray going on one relative volume of 1. I wouldn't chase it. Tilray tends to rip higher. People get stuck in it. They don't pay attention to the relative volume, and it'll reverse on them. So wait for the pullback. If it's still going to work, Tilray and the pot stocks might get some favor. They've been out of the spotlight there for a couple of months now. October 15th for vaccine approval. Now, I don't believe in vaccines. That's just me. It's a personal thing. But a lot of people will be a lot more at ease, especially the politicians that control our lives. You've seen with the lockdown how they've controlled our lives. I've had so many friends go out of business. Gyms and MMA academies and karate studios and restaurants and delis in New Jersey. A couple of dozen examples, just personal friends that went out of business that had problems. The gyms, a couple of the gyms down in Manasquan, those are doing a little bit better, but came very close to going out of business. Friend with MMA Academy, doing really well. His business was really starting to boom, more clients, and then just got the rug pulled out from under him. He closed the studio. Really feel bad for him. Let's see what's going on here. DraftKings flagging on the 60-minute. Relative volume looks good. Relative volume starting to pick up on DraftKings again. Looks good on daily. It's probably just going to keep going. DraftKings. Tesla. Let me take a look at Tesla for you. Tesla. Looks good. SPY looks good. We're finally starting to see some momentum with 14 RBOL. Yeah, Jennifer, that's yeah, definitely. And that's just my friends. Let me see what RBOL looks like for Tesla. Tesla, I added to it this morning. That's not a reason to buy. I'm just saying I added to my position. And it looks good. It's holding above the area where I bought. The relative volume is only 0.9. See higher. I like to see above 1.5. NYMO is very good though. NYMO continues to build a valley and starting to run up the right side of the slope, building a cup pattern, if you will. That's showing you that more stocks, as it's above zero and climbing, as more stocks are participating. So if you're in the trading room or you're watching the live stream, the live broadcast trading room, you can see Rob trading and a few other people buying positions, that more positions are breaking out. Capri still pulling back. Looking for an entry there. What's Workhorse doing? Workhorse is flagging. All right, so we're just waiting for day trade setups. Apple pulling back. Every day does not have to be a trading day, not a really active trading day. Tesla pulling back right now. All right, crude's trying to hold this level, so that would help. Let's see what NQ looks like. NQ is at the lows, selling off there. NQ is off 0.65%, so not quite 0.75%, just over 0.5%. It's not a lot. Looks worse on the 5-minute. Zoom out to the daily. Always a little bit more enlightening. So we're building a base over the last 7, 8, 9, 10 trading days. I think this is day 9, right? So we're watching this base building process. We pulled back 6 to 8% from the highs. We pulled back from the highs, and we are watching the things that would tell us what institutions are doing. Number one, NYMO is improving. That's good. More stocks are being bought. More are participating. Number two, you got tick cumulative, not necessarily in this order, but number two, you got tick cumulative showing there's more buying on the uptick than there's selling on the downtick. That's not my opinion. That's exactly what's happening. I can see the indicator. We're doing it on 2-to-1, more than 2-to-1 up volume on the NYSE. That's another plus. 1.66 to 1 on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's currently pulling back a little bit, but we are building a base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, today is day 9 from the Thursday drop, okay? So, and that was on the 3rd, September 3rd. So here we are on September 16th, looking for the base to continue higher. I think it's going to continue higher, and I'll tell you why. The opportunity there for institutions, they have to beat the markets. They have to beat the markets to make their bonuses for the end of the year. Many of them are playing catch up because they were afraid to buy after the March low. They thought there was going to be another dip. They missed the double dip or the retest of the lows, and we took off to the upside April and May. Still no dip. By the time June came around, then they started to see, well, we're going to miss this whole rally. So they started to come into the market. And then we saw a lot of money coming out of the market in late August, early September. And of course, tick rolled over on September the 1st. But price action continued to move higher. So we had some divergence in tick. If you'd been paying attention to tick, I wrote an article in the blog. You can look at it. Tick, most important indicator, or something like that was the title. If you look at the blog, go to the blog. You can find that article, and I talked through the whole use of tick and how if you'd been paying attention, we were paying attention. On going into September 1st, I was telling you that we were selling into strength. Wasn't doing much with my 401k or IRA. I just repositioning, doing some hedging and stuff, because you do experience volatility in your 401k and IRAs. You don't want to be jumping in and out of your IRA and 401ks. You just want to be adjusting your bond stock ratio of your assets, maybe adding some real estate in there, some REITs that pay big dividends, and some other alternative assets, and fluctuate as the markets change. Make sure you check with your individual advisors for that kind of information. All right, I'm not FINRA registered, so I can't give you financial advice. I can just tell you what I am doing. So, the next Thursday that we've seen over the last 9 trading days. So now we're making higher highs and higher lows. Tick is green, it's bullish. So what we're looking for now on tick cumulative, if you have the script, you want to see higher highs and higher lows. Over the last few weeks, since the move lower in the last couple of weeks of August, tick has been dropping. So they were taking profits into strength for a full couple of weeks before we had this pullback on the first. First and second, they will now start to turn around and find this opportunity. We need to see it confirmed with tick cumulative. So that'll start to build higher highs and higher lows. Haven't yet seen that, but it's something that's probably going to happen with NYMO increasing. We got almost 3-to-1 up volume on the NYSE now. NASDAQ looking a little better. Let's see what the ES futures look like. Right now I'm not doing anything. I'm waiting for the markets. PPG into the lithium ion battery business now. All right, I guess everybody's getting into that now. Facebook at the lows, looking for an opportunity there, as well as Apple. DHI at the highs of the day. Intel sitting on VWAP. Workhorse below VWAP. You didn't want to chase it. You want to wait for it. Tesla pulling back a bit. Tilray keeps going. All right, Tilray is 1.29 R-vol. I don't want to chase it here. What I would do, though, is look for a flag on Tilray. It's trading 1.29 R-vol. It was below 1. So people jumped into it. Let's see what Tilray looks like on the daily. Sometimes you just sit and wait. Sometimes you don't need to jump into a stock. All right, Tilray's got quite a bit of mean reversion to do. Tilray needs to mean revert quite a bit. All right, I got this freaking thing is locked up again. Something's going on with my Thinkorswim. Let's see if this releases itself. All right, Facebook. This might be an opportunity on Facebook. Keep an eye on it. All right, Workhorse pulling back a bit more. All right, so you get a better opportunity on these pullbacks. New traders probably look at pullbacks as scary. I look at them as opportunities, especially if it's in a stock that's trending. You want to buy the pullback. refrain from buying the highs of the day. You get excited and you chase stocks higher. That's a big mistake. That's probably the first thing that you need to fix in conjunction with risk management. Okay, so that's part of risk management anyway. Chasing is a big no-no, and it affects your risk management. Very tempting to chase stocks. Right now we're watching the indices pulling back. Right now I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for the markets. Tempting to chase some things here. But we want to wait. All right. So opportunities are setting up right now. We're pulling back. We're seeing more stocks being bought up. NIMO is improving. Breadth is improving. More stocks are being bought. They'll buy the dip. Most new traders will be selling because they're freaking out. They bought at the high of the day. Institutions will take the opposite side of that trade, and they'll be looking to buy. Every dip is not a buy. You need to line up with a few other things like relative volume, bases, etc. So right now we're just waiting to see where the buyers step up. I'm watching DraftKings on this pullback. We got some buyers right here just below VWAP. That could be a B pivot. I wanted to pull back on DraftKings to buy it anyway. All right, Market Smith alerts. PCTY as a breakout alert. Ready RDY breakout alert. DHI continuation. Looking for that 5-minute pennant that I'm looking at on DHI to break higher. 60 minutes trying to push higher. Daily looks okay. We got good numbers out of NAHB, the National Association of Home Builders, this morning. DHI. Chewy holding up. Nice relative volume. Microsoft tight range again today. Flat VWAP. Capri Holdings looking for that VWAP indicator to start heading towards the zero line. It's currently red. NVIDIA pulled back as well. Snap, watching that as well. Snap, looking for that to rebound off of this level. Might be a trade there. Tesla bouncing. 447. Intel, a little bounce. Facebook seeing some buyers. Snap looks good. We've got 1.4 RBOL. Snap looking better. Futures at that same level, 33.92.50, 33.92.75. 92.75, we're starting to find some buyers, futures. Tick is green on 3-to-1 up volume. All right, so just wait. We don't want to just assume this one candle is a reversal. We want to see this be something more than just shorts covering. Build off of this, maybe an inverted head and shoulders on the 5-minute ES. Hold this level and build a right shoulder maybe. We got a lower low, then maybe a higher low at this point. Tick cumulative is green. We got 3-to-1 up volume, so that looks good. Snap continuation. Snap is looking good. So if you bought Snap, that's good. On a dip, workhorse, bounce. DHI looks like it's going to break out on the 60-minute. DHI, Snap. Snap looks good. Snap is continuing to trend. So Snap, we're looking at 26 to 27. Somewhere around 26, you'll probably start to see some profit taking on this current bullish trend that started about 3 weeks ago. Snap looks good though. 1.45 RVol. We're starting to see the slope indicator for VWAP starting to reverse direction now. Okay, that looks good. What is NIO? Is NIO on the move? Let me see what NIO is doing. Oh man, something's going on with Thinkorswim today. Anybody having issues with Thinkorswim? I had to reboot like several times. Just did a scan, no viruses. No viruses, that's good. No malware. Mail, let me get rid of that. Don't need mail. All right, so Knox, NNOX looks like buyer stepped up today, right? NanoX trading 39 and change. Capri looking like an entry here. Capri watching to buy the dip. We don't have the slope changing yet on VWAP. It's up big on the day. Had a little dip there. Tesla looking for a higher low. We got the higher low. Now we're looking for a higher high. Arval is still just below 1. Facebook looks like a buy the dip here. Facebook potential buy the dip. $268.33. $266.82. Snap following through. Workhorse following through. Apple little bounce. Snap as the slope indicator turning towards 0, about to go green. Want to see those green bars at 1.42 to 1. Arval DHI looks like it's going to break. It is breaking out on the 60-minute. DHI. $60-minute breaking out. Futures holding this level. Spot Gamma was updated. Check the channel. Canopy Growth, seeing some action. All right, so it looks like the traders are interested in pot stocks again. All right, 60-minute breaking out. The daily is squeezing Canopy Growth. Canopy Growth, let's see, R-ball is 0.69, not really that much going on. Canopy Growth going, potential trade on Canopy Growth. I'd like to see higher R-ball. Keep an eye on it. The daily is starting to move. There goes Canopy Growth. All right, Canopy Growth breaking higher. If it continues, Canopy Growth. All right, so Canopy Growth is starting to see, just went, relative volume just went to 1. All right. All right, watching Canopy Growth. Maybe we'll get a follow through. That'd be welcome. get the pot stocks, maybe some buys, mean reversion and buys back above the 9 and 21 day over the next few trading days, next few weeks. Snap looks better. Snap is trading 1.33 RVol. All right, so markets are reversing a bit. Futures are back to the point of control. I need to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
You might find where getting a little hot here, some buying coming in to BHUN. I won't tell you from November. All right, so futures, that level that we bounced off of around 33.9250, defended again as it was yesterday in the Globex session around 2 o'clock. We saw same level, defended, bouncing, futures. Now you got a tailwind. Let's see what crude oil is doing after the report came out at 10:30. Crude oil is higher. Crude oil is higher. All right, so we got a tailwind for equities now. Crude oil is higher. Okay. Crude oil is higher. Good job. There goes Canopy Growth. Looks like the 60-minute wants to break out. The daily looks good. Tight Bollinger Bands. Chewy. Looking, Rob's doing Chewy. Let's take a look at Chewy. Chewy. Yeah, Chewy looks good, Rob. I like it. 0.6 R-ball, but it looks good. Daily looks like a reversal. Rob likes these 3-candle, 4-candle reversals where you have a doji reversal, you get MACD turning, stochastic oversold. This looks good. You're going to have 9 and 21 day is resistance overhead. About, let's see, where are we? 56 now. About 57, 75 or so. Once you get above that, then we've got a trend reversal confirmed. 60-minute looks good on Chewy. Delta Airlines looking good. All right, let's take a look at Delta. Delta looks good. All right, so with the vaccine, the vaccine is going to help a lot of these airlines and cruise lines and companies that rely on customers to be in close proximity. DHI looks good. All right, so decent day today. Frog. It's a funny symbol. DraftKings. All right, what's DraftKings doing? Workhorse, nice bounce. Snap, nice bounce. Apple looks like a decent opportunity on the dip. All those new products they're bringing to bear. All right, DraftKings looks like it's going to break out, consolidating in a nice base. We got the VWAP is now green again. Lots of volume. DraftKings. DraftKings looking for a big win on DraftKings over the next few weeks. Disney probably does well in the future. Got a lot of options volume coming across. American Airlines, Boeing, Boeing. Yeah, see a lot of option volume. Snap almost back to the high of the day. Snap looks good. Workhorse, ditto. DraftKings gonna go, looks like. DraftKings. DraftKings just above VWAP, resting again after being up quite a bit today. 8.5%, just off the highs of the session, was up 8.7% about an hour and 10 minutes ago. DraftKings, looking for follow through on that one. More deals. Intel breaking out. Intel breaking out. Intel breaking out. Intel breaking out. Tesla looks like a higher low, looking for a higher high now. Facebook opportunity at the low. Same with Apple. FANG stocks. We got crude oil moving higher. That's a tailwind for equities, helping. Free holdings back to VWAP. That one's been on a tear since that 1898-19 entry level. Capri hitting 23 this morning. We took some profits on that reversal. I'm starting to get back to that level now. NYMO is plus 18. It's besting its weekly highs. American Airlines looks good. NYMO plus 19 and climbing. NYMO plus 19 and climbing. Looking good. Very happy. Very happy here. Let's see what's DraftKings doing. All right, if DraftKings looks like it's going to keep going, maybe I'll add to my position. All right, DraftKings. Delta. Breakout. Crude oil ripping. Crude oil is ripping higher. Run, continuation. Remember that one? Under 30. Crude oil ripping higher. That's helping the markets. Tailwind. All right, so news of the vaccine in October is definitely going to help things. Canopy growth, follow through. Digital Turbine, APPS, symbol APPS, Alpha Papa Papa Sierra. Still trading 2 RVOL. Looks good. DraftKings looks like it wants to break out. It's trading 2.82 RVOL. DraftKings about to break out. $49.75. EKNG looks like it's ready to break out. Move my stops up another buck from the gap level up underneath VWAP. Pivot, there's a pivot just under VWAP. I have my stop right underneath that right now. I'm going to move it up to under VWAP if it breaks out to 51.75. Currently just moved it to 50.75 from 49.75. 49.75 up to 50.75 presently. DraftKings should continue higher. I don't think they're done with enlisting new exclusive deals. Michael Jordan on the board. I mean, everything they possibly could do right, they're doing right. Executive management team. That's crazy. $245 for an IPO just because Warren's in it. What do they even do? Anybody know? I haven't even researched. I'm not really interested in IPOs per se. The only interest here is that Warren Buffett is backing it, so we'll see what that means. Facebook, a nice dip buy. If you bought the dip there, it's stalling at VWAP, just above VWAP, so watch that. Looking for VWAP slope to go green. It's red right now at the 0 line. So if you caught that reversal, congratulations. Digital Turbine looks good. And futures coming back in now. It's back into the upper range that we saw from 6 to 7 o'clock on the Globex session. Jets, bull sweepers on Jets, JET. That's a good idea, actually. Not a bad trade. Jets, let me take a look at that. Maybe a little dip on Jets for some in-the-money options. Last couple of times I tried to trade Jets, didn't do so well. They keep talking about these vaccines. One media outlet says one thing, another says something else. Hold on one second. People trying to sell you stuff you don't need. Always like that. And convincing too. You need this service. I do. Oh, okay. I don't have a brain. All right, so what are you looking at? Lee Star? Yeah, Sunrun looks good. Breaking out. Kumo bounce and break higher on RUN. Romeo Union November. All right, watching. JETS. Pulling back right now. Jets. All right, so Jets probably gives you a better entry if you wait a few minutes. Maybe get a B pivot. If you get a B pivot, then we'll look for a little bounce, and then a C pivot, a higher low. It's trading relative volume of 1, so it's close, but no cigar. Tick cumulative is green. Futures are green. Crude is green. Most everything is telling us to be open to the idea of this base that's formed over the last 8-9 trading days will hold, and we'll break higher from this level. Institutions appear to be buying as a confirmation. It's not my opinion. It's what Tick Cumulative is saying. We see lots of stocks ready to break out. Looks like Workhorse wants to go. Let me look at Workhorse. I might want to day trade some shares again. Now that it's settled down, Workhorse. Daily, 60-minute. All right, I think it could come back in a little bit. Workhorse is a little low. Workhorse has had 2.4 and 3 RVOL a few times. Right now it's at 0.8, so it could go. It's a little low on RVOL. I'd like to see it at least 1.5 minimum. Prefer 2. Could change at any moment. Snap pulling back a little bit. All right. Run, RUN. So solar stocks. It's got a 1 RVOL of 1 on run. Had to be already in this one. Leastar has been trading this one for a while, since the 30s. It's up, currently trading near 63, 64. All right, I'm just sitting here watching. Workhorse looking for a pop. Maybe RVOL picks up a little bit. Volume not that impressive. I'm trying to stick to only positions that are showing above average RVOL 1.5 or better. Gives you a much higher probability of success. Capri is trading 2.16, just underneath VWAP. All right, VWAP is starting to change direction, so I'm thinking Capri is going to go here. Maybe a place to start or add to your position, Capri. Capri Holdings, retailer. CPRI. And get above VWAP, that'd be better as an entry. 2245 or so. All right, but slope is definitely changing. Watch Capri. I was starting to see a little bit better look to it. It's trading 2.16 RVOL. Workhorse, tight Bollinger Bands. Capri, tight Bollinger Bands, a push above VWAP. VWAP slope is starting to turn upward. Change direction. DraftKings looking for the same thing. You can see tight Bollinger Bands on most everything. So volatility is coming in a bit. Intel at the high of the day, looking for a breakout. Looks like Workhorse wants to go. So does DHI. Workhorse. Watch Workhorse here. Could go. Run. Workhorse. It looks a little too extended. You're already up on the day, Workhorse. ABCD pattern. Looks like a good trade. I'm going to pass on it though. Futures are flagging. We have 4-1 up volume on the NYSE. Tick cumulative is really starting to look much better now. Qs. Tight, 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 tight. Right at VPOC. Yep. Funny. All right, tick cumulative VIX looks good. Moving lower, we've got tick cumulative is green. We've got NIMO bullish. That's telling you institutions have been buying shares. Both of those indicators, breadth is improving, so more stocks are getting bought. Looking for some follow through. Many stocks at the highs. We're going to start seeing ABCD patterns going into the noon hour. So make sure you're taking profits into strength where applicable and warranted. Capri looking for a follow through. It's kind of just sitting here right now. The slope indicator is turning. A tell. NVIDIA looking for a push as well. All right, folks. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good day. I am. DraftKings continues to base at these levels, putting together more deals. Imagine if they put together a deal with all the major NFL teams. They did it with the New York Giants. That was in the morning blog post. You probably read that. If you didn't, I would suggest taking a quick peek. Stocks just consolidating right now. Going into the noon hour, so are the futures. Yes. NYSE is 4-to-1 up volume. NASDAQ is at 2-to-1 up volume. So NYSE is definitely kicking butt today. All right, let's see what RD, there goes futures. Looks like it's going to pop off of the VPOC right here. RDY was a breakout this morning. Breakout. RDY is flagging. MSTR, MSTR. These are Market Smith breakout alerts. 2 extended. RVOL 9-to-1 on MSTR. MSTR, May, Sierra, Tango, Romeo. Or you can use Mama, Sierra, Tango, Romeo. MSTR trading 9-to-1 up volume. It is pulling back to VWAP at the moment. That was a pretty big move today. PCTY, another breakout alert. All right, that one's just consolidating in a doji pattern right now. All right, that looks good. All of those breakout alerts are welcome. All right, let's see what DraftKings looks like right now. DraftKings. EKNG. All right. A lot of activity, options activity on the airlines and transports. Makes sense if a vaccine does manage. Still very speculative. Everything I'm hearing is telling me to be cautious with trading because the vaccine sounds like it might be sooner rather than later. Trump was saying October, CDC saying next year, Fauci saying end of 2021. Who are you to believe? I just don't believe anything that they tell me right now. But it should help the markets nonetheless. All right. DraftKings consolidating at these levels. DHI looks like it's ready to break out again. DHI over here, DHI is starting to break out. Watch the volume. Relative volume right now on DHI is 1.4. DHI looking for a follow through.
SNOW hearing still not close to opening yet.
Remember when Facebook IPO'd and they had that big problem? Everybody was like up in arms. We're approaching halftime report. I'd like to hear what they have to say from time to time. It was a pretty good show yesterday with Josh on. Pete Najarian was on. We had Stephanie Link was on. I think Jim Lebenthal was on as well. It's always good to see what they're interested in.
That's going on, so that's why it's taking a long time. This would be a great morning, Carl, for you and I to be down on the floor and sort of explain how the process actually works. It's actually very old-fashioned at the NYSE. There's a little bit of traders on the floor.
Snap pulling back. All right, futures just sitting here.
WHO's Ryan says virus is still taking a heavy toll. We don't know all the effects.
Intel at the high of the day. Facebook got rejected at VWAP. Maybe this next bounce will do it. Relative volume of 1. Tesla just consolidating, not much follow through yet.
STEP, Sandy Tango Echo Papa is now open. Sandy Tango Echo Papa priced at $18 per share. STEP now open for trade. Stepstone.
SPY accumulator is showing that machines have been programmed to buy all day long. Dark pool volumes very, very low today. Only one program of any size, a 91 issue buy program at 10:57 a.m. That's from Steve Hammer. Accumulators showing that machines have been programmed to buy all day long. That was a few minutes ago. Post. Only one buy program of any size, a 91 share issue buy program at 10:57 a.m. So we're watching buy programs. We're watching how tick cumulative confirms or denies what institutions are doing. We got futures coming back now. Tick cumulative is still rising. Yeah, run. I agree, Lee Star. Snap pulling back some more. Looks like it's building a range around VWAP. This is the lows that I'm expecting. Standard deviation 2, just shy of standard deviation 2, minus 2. ABCD patterns most likely print this time of day. So we're watching for stocks to hold that are showing relative strength. RBOL high. Capri Holdings, looking for that to push higher. FOMC at 2 o'clock, so take it easy going into 2 p.m. Volume will start to taper off during the lunch hour into 2 p.m. Waiting for the Fed and their decision. I had a coughing fit there. Sorry, I didn't want to cough in your ear. DraftKings, quite a bit of volume today. Yeah, watch CLOU, Charlie Lima Oscar uniform. Charlie Lima Oscar uniform. Watch that cloud ETF. Could get a pop on this IPO. Snowflake. DraftKings trying to break out right here.
company in space as well as anybody. Why is there so much hype around this for those that may never have heard of Snowflake until today? Well, Scott, I think it's the revenue growth rate so focused in cloud and the scale that they've achieved. When we combine that with Sloan's track record of having taken data domain and ServiceNow public, he has picked this.
CLOU, Charlie Lima Oscar uniform. Charlie Lima Oscar uniform. We got DraftKings breaking out. That cloud ETF will probably benefit from the new IPO, Snowflake IPO. They'll have to add it if they don't already have it. Facebook at the low. Intel pulling back from the high. Tesla flat. Talk about fawning over something. CNBC executives must be long Snowflake. DHI breakout on 1.57 R-ball. It's probably going to keep going. DHI, DR Horton Builders. The numbers came out this morning at 10 a.m. were very good. So Snowflake is going to open up 40% over its IPO price. DHI breaking out. DHI continuation. All right, Canopy Growth is starting to move higher, chasing Tilray. Tilray continuation. All right, we finally got that almost 2. Tilray continuation. All right, I need to take a lunch break here shortly. NIO looking better.
Scarcity as investors who are looking at the tech landscape right now and trying to figure out where the best bets for the money is. You know what I think one of the most interesting points about this is that if you go to the dictionary, any dictionary, and you look up the term value investor, you're going to see Warren Buffett's name at Berkshire. And here he is investing in this company very visibly. So value is where you perceive it. And to me, this company represents value longer term. And that's why when you take that in conjunction with the who's investing in it, a brilliant technology CEO in Salesforce.com and Buffett, then the pedigree of the people involved, that creates a scarcity effect. You just don't see it. So you've got a pure play cloud. Amazon's a great company. It's not a pure cloud play. That's what drives it. Look at what's driven Microsoft for the last few years. And guess what? Their cloud businesses may not be all that profitable. Here, a software company, you've got tremendous profitability going forward. And I may have read wrong, but it seemed to me that their cost of sales is actually shrinking relative to what it was, but we're still in the infancy of it. So maybe that goes higher. Yeah. Let's you guys want to bounce for a couple minutes? Prashant, you want to do that? All right. Let's take a quick break. We're still waiting for Snowflake, of course, to open. Mike's going to stay with us, as is Brad, Leslie, John, and our gang. We'll be back right after this. The indication right now, 2:30 to 2:35, the biggest software IPO ever, biggest IPO of 2020. Still waiting to open. We're back on the half right after this.
All right. Tesla just fell asleep today. Facebook's at the low of the day. Workhorse at the high of the day. THI trying to break out. Workhorse continuation. I wanted to buy some Workhorse, but I didn't do it. Tesla's flat. Digital Turbine looks good. APPS. You can thank Mikey for that one. Intel looks good. Facebook's probably going to bounce here. Digital Turbine, the 60 minutes, really nice. Nice breakout. Nearly 2-to-1 relative volume on Digital Turbine. Canopy Growth looking for a follow through. Canopy Growth making a new high. Trading a little bit more than one RVOL. What is NIO doing? NIO bounce. Trying to make higher lows. Tesla flat. Intel off the highs of the session. Watching ABCD patterns. Digital Turbine breaking out again. Smartly.
Biggest software IPO ever, not open yet, but Snowflake indicated now 235 to 240, priced at $120. It is certainly a momentous day in the history of the IPO process. As you were seeing, one of the biggest tech
Elvis seeing calls. Las Vegas Sands calls.
today. All right, let's see. A lot of the conversation. So put it into perspective for our investors out there. How should we be thinking about what's occurring today?
Tilray looks good. Workhorse looks good. Digital turbine going.
This question's for both of you, and it's going to admittedly feel like a big left turn, if you will. But I want to ask this question anyway, Brad, because we've dealt with this issue with you specifically in recent days and weeks, and that is diversity and inclusion on corporate boards. You, as our viewers, I hope, remember, have started the board challenge. It's my understanding that Snowflake doesn't have any African Americans on the corporate board. Is that right?
Apps. Tesla just drifting sideways. No momentum today. Workhorse continuation. DR Horton DHI follow through higher.
As well. It's an important issue, and we're thinking about it in ways that we unfortunately didn't enough in the past. How are you thinking about it? And is it, frankly, a mistake, a missed opportunity not to have a black director on your board with somebody who's leading a challenge like Brad is on a day where you're having such a momentous occasion? Yeah, I think that Brad answered the question well. It's something we're taking very seriously. We're working on it. Board's made quite a bit of change in the past 6 months already, and we're looking at it all the time. So I think it's a good question. A question we're looking at currently and take very seriously. Did you guys take the board challenge pledge that Brad has? I got the note from Brad. I don't know that we've taken it or not. We'll have to talk with you. Brad, you know, you should know. And I can tell you, Scott, they're super passionate about it. They've made massive changes to the board, including gender diversity on the board over the course of last year. And I had a great conversation, and I understand not all boards, should move at the same cadence, but I'm absolutely confident that Bryce Movement, Mike Scarpelli, Mike Spicer, and the rest of the board are committed to continuing down this and I hope we see them every board member. If they've taken the pledge, if not, why not? We need to stay on. Okay, and we certainly will. And you certainly have our pledge that we're gonna stay on that story. But Brad, I want to cover a couple other things with you as well. And the clock's ticking, and we are waiting for Snowflake, the biggest software IPO ever, to open, and we're going to go to that as soon as it does. The indication creeping even higher as we speak, 240 to 243. So the range is getting a wee bit tighter, which means maybe we are edging closer to actually seeing things technically open for trade. But I want to talk about SPAC. It seems like everybody has a SPAC, and we're going to show you just who else has a SPAC because we now have a wall in which we're calling SPAC-a-palooza because that is what currently feels like the times that we are now in. You want to tell me about yours and what you make of, I think it's fair to say, somewhat of a mania. I don't want to steal Stan Druckenmiller's word in the way that he described certain parts of the market when he was on the air last week, but there you go. It's Chamath and Ackman and you and Gary Cohn, Cliff Robbins, Jeff Smith, Barry Sterling, and on and on and on. What does that say about where we are? Well, Scott,
Workhorse continuation. Workhorse continuation. Relative volume still at 1.089.
Let's pretend you don't have a SPAC. I'm just curious as to, as an investor, what you make of the fact that it seems like everybody now does, and it is like the thing do as a way to take into the overall mechanism about how companies will be going public in the future. You know, again, Scott, I've got my general counsel sitting here to my left. I just can't talk about it today. Okay. But I'm really passionate about this. I started my career as a securities lawyer. I've thought more about, private placements and SPACs and IPOs than most. And I promise you, I'll come back on the show and we can take a deep dive. I was trying to thread the needle for you, however unsuccessfully, apparently, my efforts were. I totally understand, and I hope you bear with me for me trying to at least do that and get your broader perspective on where we are. Because I do think it's a moment, and it's a moment in time that we may look back on at some point and say, that was an interesting period. I do want to also
Tesla dropping off a bit more.
just given news of the FTC reportedly close to opening up an antitrust case against Facebook, and it is your top holding. You want to react to that? Scott, like I said on your program before, it's an iconic company with the management team, I think, doing the right thing. There's certainly, when you serve over $3 million, 3 million customers on a global basis every day, lots of difficult challenges, needles in the thread, but I think they're incredibly well intentioned. If the U.S. government, for whatever reason, told me tomorrow they were going to break the company up and I was going to own equal parts of what's out of Instagram and Facebook, as a shareholder, I'd be fine with that. So I think it's a manageable risk in an investment that I think is undervalued, continues to be undervalued, and we'll look back on it again, 5 years from now, we'll realize that these created buying opportunities. So we're not changing anything about our Facebook thesis or investment today. Mike, I'm gonna respectfully say goodbye to you. I need to get ready for Frank Slootman as we get ready for this IPO. Again, congratulations in order. We're certainly going to follow and continue to follow this very important story. Mike Spicer, I appreciate your willingness to be with us today as we see this range tighten even further. Let's know that we'll talk to you again soon. 241 to 243 is where we currently see it. Brad Gerster's going to stick around with us because I want his opinion once we see how this thing currently trades. Weiss, we're getting closer, right? 241, 243, where the spread is narrowing, and that's an indication that we're getting there. Yeah, absolutely. So I allocated price touching deals with Solomon and Lehman. It's a very tough job. You got to weigh in the bids. You got to weigh in the selling interest. I suspect, obviously, that there's not a lot of selling interest. So it's pricing it. They're trying to price it where it's going to continue to trade up or at least hold it. Keep in mind,
We're told that it's about a few minutes away from opening, and this level, of course, that if it opens where it's indicated to open right now, would imply a more than doubling of its IPO. In terms of indications about demand, we sometimes look to oversubscription levels. They're a little bit fuzzy because you can put an order in for an IPO. You may
Capri, no follow through yet.
bound to purchase that. That said, just as
Digital Turbine looks a little profit taking at the highs. Looking for ABCD patterns. DHI, Dart, DR Horton Homes, Home Builder.
Just open. So as we see this kind of onslaught of some before companies hit the market, there certainly appears to be demand, at least from the investor side, to buy into some of these deals.
John, for you,
I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a quick break.
You sort of go up the ladder and you talk to the people who are sitting on top of those organizations. They understand that their platforms need to have innovation. They need best of breed. They need choice, right? Because if they don't have that, they become less competitive against their competitors, right? So it's sometimes a bit of an ambivalent situation. But as we learn collectively as an industry, sometimes we partner, sometimes we compete. Competition is not bad. It makes all of us better. The customer benefits. So you can't sort of make too much of the fact that sometimes it gets pretty intense out there in the marketplace.
Now, this is the third company that you are taking public as CEO. There was Data Domain, there was ServiceNow, there's now Snowflake. I think a year ago when we talked, I asked you if you were open to doing something besides a traditional IPO, and you said yes. So why did you decide to go with this IPO process instead of a direct listing or a SPAC? And how do you think that affects what we're seeing here with this opening trade and the amount of money that you're taking back to the company?
Yeah, so this, as you said, this is the third offering that Mike Scarpelli, our CFO, and I are doing together. And when we joined, we said, look, we're going to assemble the consortium of investors that we want as a company very early on the journey, long before the IPO was even coming onto the radar. And then, we as part of that process, we had a tender offer, secondary offering earlier this year, where we very specifically started to transition our cap table to the investors that we want even before the IPO. And then we set ourselves up, for those people also to become big buyers in the IPO. So what you're seeing is a highly orchestrated process. This is an extremely heavily vetted company because all those investors have been doing work and researching and talking to our customers on Snowflake for the better part of a year. You have to be able to direct stock to those companies and really enable them to build the positions that we want them to have over a long period of time. So this is not a process where we have a 1 week IPO roadshow and then all of a sudden people put their orders in and it goes from there. This thing has been in the works, as I said, for the better part of a year, and that's where the IPO process really works for us. I mean, as frothy and as it looks today, this is just a hot deal, and we will just have to sort of live with the consequences of that. But we're focused on who are the long-term investors that we want to have with us, for the duration, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and those are the people that we went after, and we feel very fortunate that they are part of this deal.
The stock is back open again, trading a bit above $300 a share. Scott, I don't know if we're going to talk about this thing tripling from the IPO price at this point, but that would be $360.
This is just a hot deal. The words of Frank Slootman. Mark those down. They may be the words of 2020. Given what we're seeing in this stock today, near $300 a share. Frank, welcome back. It's nice to see you again. I wanted to sort of build off what John was talking about in terms of your pedigree. How long do you plan to be at the helm of this company? I had Mike Speiser on a few moments ago, who I know you know well. He talked you off the sailboat, as I mentioned. Presumably the flip-flops are going to draw you back at some point. How long are you going to run this company now?
I literally have an indefinite horizon. I have no time frame, and that's what I get this question from time to time. This is an incredible opportunity. We have so much fun.
Man, this Snowflake, I'm watching the price action is just crazy. Reminds me of, my God, it just jumped 15 points. All right, so we got the Fed at 2 o'clock, an hour, a little more than an hour from now.
They've already heard me say this, a few times. I always say, what the only price that matter. We have went into very high prices. It becomes a distraction. I mean, we've seen this in the Valley for a long time. When stock prices are down, people are walking around with one shoulders, right? And when stock prices up, everybody has to understand. Unfortunately, that's part of it, right? And as a leadership team, we need to focus on the market, not the stock price.
Tesla coming off the low, buyers. DHI breaking, ripping higher. DHI, DR Horton breaking out of a base and following through, pulling away from VWAP. Very nice looking chart. Very nice. Digital Turbine starting to move. Wow, DHI is really ripping here. DHI is really ripping. Ripping good. DHI are really going. DHI ripping higher. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Stock's looking better. There goes Digital Turbine. Trying to make new highs. Winner. Chicken dinner. DKNG. DraftKings. A little profit taking. Tesla bounce. Workhorse at the highs. I'm looking for a better opportunity on a pullback for Workhorse. I don't want to chase it. All right. Apple coming off the lows. DHI just continuation here. Broke above these levels. Oops. Nice move here on DHI. Service now. All right, starting to come back in now. Snow.
Joe, you got the last 30. Go ahead. Vasco, continued strong housing numbers. Second
All right, I gotta take a couple minute break, folks. Eat something. I'm getting a little shaky, blood sugar wise. Didn't eat anything this morning. All right. Capri looking for that to move back above VWAP. There goes Snowflake is dropping from the sky. DHI continues to push. Very nice move today. DR Horton Homes. Big move on DHI. Workhorse persistent in its trend today. It's overbought at zone 6. I don't want to chase it up here. I haven't wanted to chase it since it broke out around 2670, 2675 or so. Snowflakes at the IPO opening level at the low of the day, if you will. Trying to bounce. DKNG, DraftKings continues to show elevated relative volume. DR Horton Builders continues higher. Canopy Growth, let's see what Tilray is doing. That's fading from the highs. All right, Tilray doing what it does. It hit the 20, got very near the 21 day, and it started to fade. DR Horton flagging at the high of the day. Workhorse just won't come back in enough for me to get into a position. Not going to chase it. DraftKings looks fine. NVIDIA pulling back, so the FANG stocks are having a drag of effect on the futures. Institutions have been buying the dips. The weakness, buying the weakness, selling the rips. So looking for a bounce here. Tick cumulative still pointing to buying, outpacing selling. Tick cumulative is green. We are at 4.5 to 1. NYSE, that's a broad base measure of participation, breadth, if you will. the more the stocks are advancing. NYMO has been moving higher, and so is NYSE. 2,900 stocks, give or take. All right, there is here's the IPO open right here. We're starting to lose the low here. We get the Fed chair talking at 2:30. Snow is losing the lows of the day. It's the absolute low of the day. A lot of hype in this one. I just don't see the hype. Breakout of Bollinger Bands. All right.
Snowflake ticker SNOW new session low at 231.11. Shares rebounding a bit here to 36.22 last trade. Ticker SNOW.
D.R. Horton flagging. Looks like it wants to go some more. Workhorse acting like somebody is buying this thing up. It's just not pulling back, not giving an opportunity. I refuse to chase it. Workhorse broke out of this little pattern. Bollinger Band's pretty tight. Took off today. We've got a 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. All right, looks good. I can't believe Workhorse is going to do this. It's just going to keep going. DraftKings looks good on a 60-minute. Pulling back a bit. Watch DraftKings if you're day trading it. Watch DraftKings. Pulling back. This could be a C pivot. A pivot was in the first 35, 40 minutes of the day. Then we got a B pivot around 11 o'clock, 10:30 or so. We've been pushing higher and looking for a higher low now. We could come back in. I do think that DraftKings, think being the operative word, need to see confirmation. I think this is going to be a $60 stock pretty soon, just with all the deals that management is putting together. Workhorse is pissing me off now. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. Crazy. DraftKings looks like it's going to create a range. A flat VWAP indicates a potential range bound. Snap looking for it to pop back above VWAP. Same with DraftKings. Capri Holdings. I'm watching Capri Holdings for potential day trade. It needs to get above VWAP. RVOL is already 2. What the hell is that? 2.4. 2.04. So it's still in play. Just looking for a bounce. Canopy Growth looking for a bounce. Futures looks like a big range, pretty wide range. Trading 3.9 to 1 up volume. NYMO. Breath has been good all day. It's been good all week since it made a low last week, minus 78. This just keeps moving higher. Futures still drifting lower, tick cumulative moving higher, so they are buying the dip. They're not selling it, so that's a good sign. All right, so ABCD patterns form this time of day. B and C. Look for B and C pivots. You want to see a higher low. Look for B as being a bit lower. That's your stop if you take a long here. Watch Tesla getting rejected at VWAP again. Canopy Growth trying to make higher lows. Looks like it could. It's sitting right on VWAP. It had made a higher high. Digital Turbine at the highs of the session. Workhorse is just getting on my nerves. Continues to move higher. Capri Holdings, looking for that to move higher as well. Do, 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 do.
FB, Facebook, and Essilor Luxottica Impact to develop smart glasses. Oculus announcing Oculus Quest 2 next generation of VR. Quest 2 starts at $299, ships October 13th. That's FB, Facebook.
All right, NVIDIA making new lows, so the future is probably moving lower as well. Futures making new lows. Watch your stops. Futures making new lows. All right, we just tested the low and bounced. Futures just tested the low and bounced. We're starting to bounce now. It looks like a big range. 33.94. We tested 33.92 earlier. Still 3 to 1, 3.7 to 1 up volume on the NYSE, 2 to 1 on the NASDAQ. Tick cumulative still rising. Tesla pulling back some more. Looks like it's going to test the low of the day again. Just shy of 441 was the low. Canopy Growth pulling back. All right, we get some selling coming in. All right, so it's 135, looking for B and C pivots. All right. Futures just watching it right now. Most stocks responding in kind. 2 p.m. Right. Got the Fed at 2. Got the Fed at 2.
House Speaker Pelosi and Senate Democratic Leader Schumer say they are encouraged by Trump's tweet calling for Republicans to back much higher numbers in coronavirus relief.
Hold on a second, folks. Alrighty. Looking for a bounce.
AXTI, AXT Inc. B. Riley says shares can be reacting to the Apple 6 watch announcement. That's Alpha X-Ray Tango India. Shares of AXT now at 582, up 9%. Shares in a high of 615 earlier. That's Alpha X-Ray Tango India. B. Riley does have a buy rating at $6.60 price target on AXTI.
All right, so we tested the low. This is the third time we've tested this low, so you know the saying, the number of times a level is tested. Don't want to see a fourth time down here, or we could have a little pullback into the base. Hold on, I have to call my realtor for 1 second.
UAL, United Airlines, Uniform Alpha Lima, Reuters reporting UAL cannot furlough any pilots before June 2021 under agreement with the Pilots Union Council. That's Uniform Alpha Lima. That from Reuters, UAL. White House will have a decision in short on TikTok. GE, General Electric, at the highs now up 11%. Gulf Echo, GE.
All right, so far so good. We held this level. Futures are finding buyers exactly where you want to see institutions, market makers, and dealers buying the dip. And they are, so that's good. Do, 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 do. Futures continue to bounce. We're 4-to-1 up volume. That's a good sign. 4-to-1 up volume. You get NYMO bullish and continuing higher. Breadth is improving. That means more stocks are moving higher and being bought up. We're at plus 15 on NYMO, making a bullish cycle. Started the bullish cycle on the 7th of September and continue to push higher. So long as NYMO continues this path higher and we see tick cumulative rising, that's telling us institutions have been picking up shares at the lows. We got futures pulling back, so people get nervous and sell their shares. Institutions are scooping up those shares, taking the opposite side of the trade. Workhorse, a little dip here, maybe an area to buy. I'm not sure if I want to now. We're up already on the day over 10%. So exactly 10% right here. I don't want to buy Workhorse up here. I'm going to exercise some patience. It could just keep going. Tomorrow we'll look for another entry. It's being we have the Fed decision at 2. We might get a completely different look to the market in the next few minutes. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that this bounce continues into the Fed meeting. DHI, DR Horton's coming back in now a little bit. Alrighty, looking good. All right, I took a little profits on DHI, DR Horton. DHI is up plus 10% on the day. I'd take a little profits off, look for some more, maybe keep a little trailer on. 10% in one day is beautiful. Tesla looking for a bounce. NYMO, good. NYMO, good. DraftKings looking for a bounce, and the follow-through buyers stepping up on this 60-minute candle, producing a wick or a hammer on the 60-minute hanging man candle. Looking for DraftKings to continue higher over the next few weeks. It's not going to be a straight shot to the moon. DraftKings will most likely come back to the 9 EMA. So I'd be selling the upper Bollinger Bands, and we'll look to buy back if we get an opportunity to buy back. We're very close to the upper Bollinger Bands. We're inside of standard deviation 1 and 2 Bollinger Bands. We got the Fed coming up. DraftKings. Looking for this push above VWAP to get some things going. We got a BC pivot now. This higher low that we put in 20 minutes ago. VWAP is flat. That's the only issue. We're still trading 1.75 to 1 RVOL. Looking for the Fed rate decision to impact short term, but long term, we're still in a basing pattern pushing higher. So I'm expecting stocks to improve. We had crude oil at the highs. Let's see what crude oil looks like now. Crude oil off the highs of the day. It's just below $40 per barrel. It hit 40 and change, 40.2. Kodak. Kodak 11 calls. American Airlines have been doing well. DraftKings looks good. All right. Crude oil looking for this flag to resolve higher. NQ, let's take a look at that. NQ bouncing, that's telling you maybe Facebook's not a bad idea right here. Let's see what Facebook looks like. Facebook. Talk of another federal probe or whatever the hell you want to call it. Facebook, we've had a couple of pretty big trades. 235 million, 272 million, 161 million, 272 million. 3 block trades since during the lunch hour. Let's see what Facebook looks like. The NQ is starting to turn, so maybe Facebook is a buy down here by the dip. Let me take a look. Facebook. Looks like a buy the dip. Need to see that slope indicator turn towards 0, start trending higher. Facebook 265 calls. What are they going for? Facebook looking like it's going to rally here with the Qs.
versus 9.3%.
Stop 263. 263 on the stop, 265 is 2 points. Can we get 4 upside on Facebook?
And leaving the discount rate unchanged at 0.25% keeps Fed funds range unchanged.
All right, 69. I would have to get back to 69. All right, Facebook, I'm looking at a potential trade here. If we could get, let's see, Facebook looks like a good trade here, actually. Facebook trade options. Let's see the chains here. Today's Wednesday. Can we get something off of this?
S&P futures now spiking here at 34.09, 34.10.
Facebook looks good for a potential trade. Risk reward looks good. You've got a stop underneath the low of the day. About $2 if you trade the options. 263 stop, right around 265 entry, 265. Where are we at right now? 265.96. About a $2 stop. Can you see $4 upside, 2 to 1? I think you could if we can get through VWAP. At least you get a nice pop here to VWAP. Be good. Looking for a buy the dip on Facebook. Need to see a follow through though. The slope indicator is still bearish, so the best you could probably see right now is 260, 268.03. Cumulative still rising. NYMO still bullish. Fed is out already. The markets look okay. Workhorse looks like it's just going to go again without me. That's all right. DraftKings looking for a push back up to 53.25, the high of the day. NVIDIA pushing higher. So the FANG stocks are responding by buyers stepping up at the low of the day. Tesla starting to move as well. That looks good. Tilray back above VWAP. Tilray back above VWAP. Facebook looking for a follow through. No follow through yet. watching Facebook and NVIDIA on these reversals off the low. All right, let me put Capri here. NVIDIA, let's go Facebook. Futures, what are we doing? Futures. NYMO plus 16, that's looking better. Was plus 19 earlier. NQ, looking for a follow through. So far, it's continuing a series of lower highs, lower lows. Four to 1 up volume, 2 to 1 on the NASDAQ, 4 to 1 on the NYSE. Tilray back above VWAP. Canopy growth just below VWAP. Digital Turbine near the highs of the day. Workhorse just continues to move higher. DraftKings above VWAP. NVIDIA moving. Maybe you can drag Facebook with it. Snow had a nice little bounce there. They'll probably let this drift a little bit lower for another tranche of buying. They'll let this drift lower. Instead of buying more up in here, they'll probably wait for this to pull back in, make a higher low, buy some more. NVIDIA is on the move. NVIDIA working very well. Intel's flat. Facebook. Apple's looking good as well. Facebook looking for that to rise. D.R. Horton there. Let's put NVIDIA here. And we'll put Workhorse here. NVIDIA, nice return here. Facebook looking for it to chase some of these other FANG stocks higher. DHI looks good. Let me put the Qs here. Qs. Qs, we need to see that moving higher. That'll take all the FANG with it, and FANG will take Qs with it, vice versa. So looking for nice volume on NVIDIA. Nice volume on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, DraftKings pushing higher. Most stocks look pretty good. with the Fed decision out of the way. Come on, Qs, let's do this. Coming out of a base, well, it's not a 9-day base, but it's 9 days from the Thursday move lower into Friday. And then Tuesday, we had those 4 days of trading into this week. Today being day 9. All right, so Qs are starting to push a bit more, so Facebook should go. Grover, did you buy any of these? Any buy the dip signals on the FANG stocks? Amazon looking good. Here goes the Qs. Looking better. Tilray starting to turn. Canopy Growth back to VWAP. Tilray is above VWAP. It looks like the pot stocks might be a couple of days. Might be a couple of days of interest on the pot stocks. DHI, Darden Homes, that looks like it's going to break out of this consolidation like it did around 11:30, 11:45. Digital Turbine going for the high of the day. DraftKings back above VWAP. NVIDIA running. Facebook just sitting here. Looking for VWAP slope bars to change direction like NVIDIA is doing right now for Facebook. We start to see shorter bars. That might be a trade. Might be a trade there. And we got Tesla moving back above VWAP. That's good. Tesla moving back above VWAP. All right, GE. All right, there goes Facebook starting to move. GE. It's trading 670. It's been below $9, $10 per share forever, it seems like. GE. It is trading 3 times relative volume. AG. 3 times relative volume. That's a good sign. GE. GE. The most you're probably going to see, earnings were back in July, early August. Most you'll probably see is $1. At GE, the saying goes, GE, that's where money goes to die. That's Kevin O'Leary's saying. Shark Tank, Canadian investor. Yeah, I'm not too big on high tick alert. All right, so there, man, shoo, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's ripping. Holy smokes, look at NVIDIA go. NVIDIA's going, Facebook should go with. If it didn't have this overhanging worry about the Fed investigating it for whatever reason, it's got issues. Tesla going. Tesla looks good. NVIDIA's doing very well. DraftKings going for the high of the day. Stocks are looking much better now. We got DHI breaking out again. That's the third breakout today. DHI, DR Horton Holmes. There goes the Qs. Qs ripping. Qs are ripping higher. So markets like the Fed. Relative to inflation and rates and everything else. DraftKings. So I'm looking at a dozen stocks, all of them looking very strong. Most of them that came off the lows, like NVIDIA, Apple, Facebook, Google, Amazon, Tesla, all doing well. You only need one or two of these. You don't have to have all dozen stocks that I'm watching. And I prefer not to have several positions while we're building a base, because who knows, we could drop out of this base very easily. So I'd rather build my $500 to $1,000 a day goal, $10,000 or $20,000 a month in income. That's in my 401k, by the way, and IRA. So I don't pay the taxes on that until I take the money out. Trading account, that's a different story. Those are option trades most of the time. So if I can make 100% on options and make $1,000 a day, in addition to what I'm looking at on my IRA and 401ks, you can see how someone like Robert can clean up trading options and stock. He's a much bigger whale than me. I can't afford to go into as much risk as he's able to, because he's watching the positions during the day while I'm yapping away broadcasting. It's a little bit more difficult, as you can imagine. But it's very pretty straightforward. If you follow a strategy, whether it's a buy the dip strategy with Arval, for example, on DraftKings, if you bought the dip on DraftKings, that C pivot, you made, what is that, a full point on that. So your options, you probably made about 25, 30% or more. So you do that every day with 2 or 3 positions. That's all you need to do. Why get all stressed out by having a half a dozen or a dozen positions open when you can trade with the strategy effectively on 1 or 2 and have those win, have the edge in your favor by having high R-vol, stock above VWAP, volume supportive, and a market tailwind like we're seeing in the futures right now. NQ futures moving higher. So Facebook, NVIDIA, Amazon, Google, Netflix. I'm not sure how Netflix is doing, but NVIDIA looking good. Nice profits there. Tilray pulling back below VWAP. Capri. Tilray is doing exactly what it usually does. It runs up, gets people sucked in, and then it sells off. Capri back to VWAP. Headed back to VWAP. Capri. Workhorse, I'm looking for a better entry. DraftKings, I like it for the longer term. Really happy with the change in the sentiment and the news cycle with DraftKings. A few weeks ago, they were having all kinds of issues. You know, that there was this overhanging cloud of COVID, how is it going to affect sports? You had the leagues bowing out to live events and all that other stuff. And now things are looking much better. So NVIDIA takes some profits here. Are we hitting VWAP? NVIDIA hitting VWAP, take some profits off. All right. Oh, gosh. Looking for Facebook to move off of this level. Buy the dip on Facebook. NVIDIA getting rejected at VWAP. Take some profits off right here. It could continue right through this level. We're waiting for VWAP slope indicator to continue higher and start building green bars like we're seeing on Tesla. Past two 5-minute bars, we've got green sloping, green VWAP slope bars. All right, so there goes DraftKings, continues to move higher. DHI, high of the day. Beautiful. What a nice day for trading, huh? What a nice day. All right, NYMO's at plus 18, going for the highs of the day. 5.4 to 1. We got 5.5 to 1 up volume. There's no way we're pulling back today. Sorry, bears. Tick cumulative is showing they're buying. Tick fast is rising. Fast is rising vertically. That's the beige colored signal line that runs and crosses over the main tick signal line, which is green or red. So we could be seeing the start of a higher high, higher low series on tick. Tilray. I'll watch Tilray later. CLOU. All right, nice pop on CLOU.
Conference coming up in 5 minutes at 2:30 p.m.
Yep, I would say so. Looks bullish to me. All right, DHI high of the day. Good. Everything is working. Okay, so Workhorse is probably going to give us a better entry. All right, ABCD pattern, B and C. Looking for those B and C pivots. DraftKings back to the high of the day. Facebook looking for a follow through. Can we get some follow through here, Facebook, instead of a bear flag? It looks like a bear flag. Yeah, Rocket Mortgage, it was good there for a week or so ago, and then it kind of just fizzled out. Qs are starting to fade. Qs are starting to fade. Apple getting rejected at VWAP. Facebook below VWAP. All right, Tesla just above VWAP. Gevo, big pop there. Penny stock. All right. Facebook taking its time, but it looks like it could get going. Got volume, sneaky volume coming in. Facebook, 1.16.
Right as you're putting that charge point, is there a deal to go public, reverse merger with Switchback Energy, that's Sandy Bravo Echo, SBE. Shares of Switchback Energy, getting a pop here, $11.60. And halted on a circuit breaker now, that's Sandy Bravo Echo, halted on a circuit breaker. Again, where is you putting that charge point? Is there a deal to go public, reverse merger with SBE? Shares up 11% at the high. Sandy Bravo Echo.
Whoa, look at that stock go. Big move there. All right, I don't chase stocks. SBE, Sandy, Bravo, Echo, charge point, reverse merger news there. Looking for Facebook. I like quality names. I like these dips on Facebook or NVIDIA where you can get an entry, or Tesla, and you get these buy the dip entries and otherwise bullish. All right, so Facebook, slope bars are starting to get shorter, starting to move towards zero.
That's Kyle now speaking. Kyle says Fed is strongly committed to achieving goals of maximum employment and price stability. Says members had input changes to policy statement.
We've got NVIDIA, about slope bars are about to go above zero. We get that like we did with Tesla, we should see a follow through like Tesla. NVIDIA's already had quite a run off the lows. So this does look good though.
Crude futures sell at $40.16, up $1.88, almost 5% on crude.
DHI, new highs of the day. Wow, what a day on DHI. DHI. What you got there, bud?
This
Is that an experiment?
is an experiment. Yes, we found prickly pears at the beach, so we took 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I have the whole carcass in the freezer in a plastic bag.
Carcass.
Carcass. So right here I have every single seed. I'm gonna plant one of those. See how that turns out.
Okay.
It is completely resistant to fire other than the spikes.
Yeah.
So the easiest way to be able to get the fruit and burn down the cactus is to burn it whole.
Harold says we'll not lose sight of the millions still out of work. Says overall economic activity remains well below
To make it
pre-pandemic
not pretty,
levels.
is just burn off
Path remains uncertain.
Also, can I put it for a bit?
Ask your mother, don't ask me. All right, looking for NQ to continue higher. Let's see what ES looks like. Futures. All right, we're at the highs of the day. We're above the pivot highs that we produced at 11:15. Looks like we're going to keep going. Powell keeps talking positive. We should see a follow through.
Howard says pandemic has left a significant region. SPE to Tech Energy 13.5 pound shares. Sandy Bravo Echo calling that here's headline that they're going to deal for a merger with Charge Point. That's SPE.
DraftKings, nice job on DraftKings. AG, good job. Made your $500 for today. Keep it up. $500 a day, that's $10K a month. If you make $575, $580, you can take care of the taxes too. 580, you take the 80, you stick it into a bank account somewhere to pay the taxes later. You keep your 500. All right, let's look. Facebook, come on, Facebook. Looks like a bear flag on Facebook. Doesn't want to go. Gevo is one of those inexpensive names that Mondo likes to trade. It's popping on patent news. Apparently, it won a patent. Workhorse, looking good here. Workhorse looks like it might go. It's what time is it? 2:35. I'm tempted, but I've already made quite a few nice profitable trades on Workhorse. Only got stopped once out of like a dozen trades.
Update on that SBE report regarding ChargePoint reverse merger. Reuters says the deal for ChargePoint could back the company at more than $2 billion and be announced as early as next week.
SBE, yeah.
Shares of Switchback Energy now at $13.16 off the high on SBE.
Wow, what a move there. Don't chase these. You almost always get burnt. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm not chasing SBE, Sierra, Bravo, Echo. You had to be in it before the pop.
And Jan 1 announcing strategic plan to divest its legacy business. That's due out for November.
Tesla high or low at VWAP. Testing VWAP right here. Volume coming in. Oh, sorry about that. I had you on. I had you guys on mute. Didn't realize I was mute here. I hit the mute button by accident. Intel looks good. Intel gone. Intel, thank you very much. Nice pop on Intel. Probably want to take some profits on Intel. I have some calls that I've had for a while now. Intel.
ULNEK, Urban One, getting a pop here.
Nice move on Intel. Got the 50 calls. I don't remember how long ago I bought these, but they look good. Those are the October 16 5250 calls. Okay. So we still got plenty of time on those. All right. Intel pulling back in after a nice pop. Canopy growth pulling back below VWAP. Stock's showing a little bit of profit taking. People getting nervous. NIMO is still pointing to an expansion. Lee Star is sharing with me. Can you share that in the room too, Lee Star? Futures coming back in now. Volatility, not unusual for Fed day. All right, Workhorse pulling back now. All right, stock pulling back in, profit taking from the highs. It's a wise thing to do. It is 2:53. Powell's still speaking. Nvidia pulling back in. Facebook now reversing. You know, if he could just shut up and say what he has to say and get off the stage. He just always talks too much. Powell, such a pain in the neck.
CBL, Charlie Bravo, a low price stock over here.
Yeah, he's bloviating too much.
President Trump holding a news conference today at 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
Futures big range, ran all the way up to the highs, coming back into today's price action now. Tick cumulative is still rising, so I'm pretty sure they're going to buy this dip. All right. Once Powell is finished bloviating, we can get on with trading outside of this base. All right, here we go. Getting the bounce now. Tick cumulative rising.
KE Holdings had its IPO back in August. Share is now up still 7% at the high, $58. KE, no news.
All right, looking for a resumption of the higher highs and higher lows. NVIDIA looking for a bounce here. Same with Facebook at the low. Tesla looking for a higher low. We've got three higher lows in the 5-minute since 12:45 or so. Tesla looks like it's going to keep going. Tesla, we're looking at 0.93 RBOL, about normal for Tesla. NVIDIA, RBOL is 0.64, and Facebook, RBOL is starting to pick up. Do, do, do. DHI, higher low. Capri Holdings looking like it's waiting for the end of the day to run. Last night, after hours, it was running. I think it was Matt or someone who was mentioning that I'd be happy. I was happy. Capri, we sold near the highs of the session, about 950 or so. Capri, and thinking about buying some more shares back here if it can stay above VWAP. RVOL is at 1.57. DHI is 1.65. We've got 1.02 on Canopy Growth. That's pulling back rapidly. We've got Capri trading 1.57, trying to push higher. MOC 900 on the sell side, 900 million on the sell side. There's just imbalances. It's imbalances. I really don't pay much attention to market on close numbers. Imbalances. If the markets are trending, it should be 5 to 1. All right, we're 5 to 1 now. Five to 1 is usually a very good sign. You don't usually see 5 to 1 unless they're buying, and they are doing that. NIMO's plus 17. IMO usually peaks around plus 70 or so. Yeah, DHI was a good trade. Cisco, a good trucker. Is that right, Kat? Isn't it? Futures bounced a little bit, coming back to the lows. This will be the fourth time we've tested this level. Tick cumulative, fast signals turning down.
Says wearing a mask and keep distance will in the workforce will help the recovery.
How does he know that? He's a financial guy. He can't make comments like that. Just protects you from sneezing all over everybody else and coughing. Just use your brains. Wash your hands. No kissing your buddy on the mouth. Stuff like that, you know? I know, that was gross. Can't believe I just said that. Well, your buddy could be whatever. I'll shut up. Okay, so decent day today. Had a good trading day. We got 50 minutes to go for the regular session. Futures big drop there. Powell, what are you saying now? How one person can screw the market so easily is just amazing.
Extreme low tick alert.
Somebody take the microphone away from this guy. It's like the word bloviating. Look it up in the dictionary. You see a picture of Powell. Gosh. Everything was looking good, and then boom, he kills it. Unbelievable. All right, so we'll probably bounce tomorrow. We're pushing back into the base that we were forming for the past week. 9 days ago, we started moving lower on Thursday and Friday, and then we started to move sideways to slightly lower, and then started a little bit of a rounding bottom on this basically 5 days of consolidation. Oh my gosh, look at this. The market's just selling off like crazy. All right, let's see if we can't get a bounce on the futures. All right. So we got a overshoot of the lows. Remember, I was saying earlier that if we can test those lows again, we're probably going to lose them. 3 times at that level. We hit that level. 9:30, 10:15, 10:30, again at 1:30, and now we're below that level. So, Powell not helping matters by continuing to chatter away. Let's see, the volatility trigger is at 33.90. All right, and we are right below the 33.90 level, so 33.90. A quick test at 33.50. And we nearly got that just now. Yeah, it is an opportunity. It's just annoying that he keeps doing this stuff. You have an opportunity on these pullbacks to buy on the cheap stocks that are most likely pop back up tomorrow, like Facebook or Nvidia or Intel. Already in a bullish trend. Apple probably got an opportunity there as well. Workhorse, that's what I wanted to buy. Workhorse, bounce here on Workhorse. I'm going to buy some Workhorse. Where's my, there we go. I'm going to scale in. So in case we move, we're still moving lower. Let me just wait a few minutes. See how far we go on Workhorse. We don't have a bottom yet in Workhorse. So watch Workhorse is probably going to give us an opportunity. On the pullback, that's what we're waiting for. A little bit extended on the daily from the 21 day and the 9 EMA. So a little pullback to that level makes sense. Workhorse, I like the pullback for an entry. Could pull back a little bit more. The 9 EMA is about 2370. $23.70. Didn't want to do that. All right, so Workhorse, I bought a few shares, Workhorse here. All right, I'm scaling in. I bought a few shares here at VWAP. Could see a little bit lower. Could see a little bit lower. The 9 EMA is down there at 2371 or so. The way it's been acting, I would look for a bounce. I'll give it about 25 cents, 50 cent stop if it starts to pull back. All right, so we're going a bit lower. Futures trying to bottom here. You might see some, SPY lottos. SPY lottos might be a trade. Let me see. Let me look at the 5 minute on. Look at the 5 minute. SPY lottos. Five minute. Let's see. SPY. Let me look at SPY. Q's same thing. These are probably going to reverse. SPY lottos for Friday or next week. RSI is coming off of oversold. All right, looks good. I'm going to go ahead and take a few. Oh, that's the 1 minute. Let me look at the 5 minute. Maybe some SPY lottos. Qs probably have a better incentive to bounce. All right, so we there yet? Didn't quite get there. What I'm looking for is for RSI to be below this level. See these here? These oversold conditions lead to the best lotto trades, typically. We could dip a little bit more. I'm thinking that's what we're going to do in the next few minutes. See what I'm looking at there? I'm going to watch that for a few minutes. I like lotto trades when we get these oversold conditions or overbought conditions, not quite overbought over there. See how we were overbought here and things just went sideways and eventually pulled back? That's what I'm looking for. Oversold conditions. Looks like we could go a little bit lower. Let's try a little bit lower first and see how that goes. Still 3-to-1 up volume, 1.78-to-1 on the NASDAQ. 3-to-1 up volume on the NYSE. I don't like to go too far out of the money, just maybe one strike at the most. So we're trading right now. SPY is trading 340. I'd probably go, the furthest I'd go out is maybe 340.50 or 341s for lottos. We'll probably see a bounce tomorrow. Maybe gets a little bit more oversold. Let me see what SPY, what kind of options they have. Not a lot, believe it or not. Q's got more on the put side. Q's have just got a lot more puts. 277s. I don't know. Q's look like we could push a bit lower. Maybe give it a little bit more time. Workhorse still pulling back a bit. Q's. Yeah, we look like we're getting rejected at the 21-day 9 EMA. Q's look like they're going to move lower. So I'm gonna back off on the thought of a lotto trade for the moment. But if we get more oversold on RSI here, like we did over here, I'd be interested. We get this kind of sell-off. We're building a base. NIMO's been looking good, so I know we have. I know price action institutions have our back. They're going to be buying the dip here. Yeah, SPY looks better than the Qs. SPY is on top of the 9 and 21 day. So I like SPY better. I like SPY better. SPY for the lottos. SPY. SPY looks better. SPY looks better. It looks like we could get a bounce here. Where are we at right now? We're at 340, 340, 341. All right, I'm watching. If we start to see a reversal, I'm going to buy some 341 calls. They're going for $2 right now. All right, so got to see a reversal first. SPY holding the 21 day. Could still see new lows here before reversing, so be careful. SPY is above the 9 and 21 day. Good point, Jack. We're right near the previous daily lows. Previous day's lows here, so that's even more of a reason not to short here. Looking for a lotto bounce. I'm looking at those SPY 341 calls. 341, just a buck, a little bit more than a buck out of the money. A little more than a buck out of the money. I'm looking for this to bounce. If we can get going here, we'll get closer to in the money. I'd like to see it above 340. If we get a bounce here above 340 and we hold it at the 9 and 21 day, all right, so here we go. We're going to push back a little bit more to yesterday's low. Maybe not. Let's see. Buyers are trying. The shorts start to cover. This could turn very quickly. We're at zone 1. We're at zone 1 right now. This is another reason to look for a reversal, but nothing yet. Don't bet the farm. I'm just looking at taking maybe 5 calls, something small. The Apple still looks terrible. Facebook at the lows, Q's at the lows. Monday's low right here. Q's a Monday's low. Still going, still moving lower. SPY still moving lower. Q still moving lower. Snap moving lower. All right, so people are selling. Probably going to see their positions turn back up tomorrow. It'd be sad. We're in a base, so we could come back into the base a little bit more.
Extreme low tick alert.
What is he saying? Powell. Create an opportunity for sure on the pullback. This is why I wanted to wait on SPY. We're going to take out the stops from the previous daily low. That's from Tuesday, actually, the Tuesday low. Today is Wednesday. Sorry, Tuesday low. Testing previous daily low. We're below the 9 and 21 day right now. Are buyers going to step up? We have to wait and see. We got 28 minutes to go. 28 minutes to go. More lows. All right, we're taking out the previous daily lows. All right, so we're hit the top of the range. We thought that we might see that candle from Thursday, the high of the day. We got rejected at the 9 and 21 day. We hit that level and got rejected yesterday and today. So it looks like we're going to pull back into this range. Maybe we bounce tomorrow. All right, so now we're starting to get the reversal. All right, I bought a couple of calls here. All right, I just bought a few calls. All right, so I'll take them off before the close. exit at the close if we get a decent pop. I'll exit before the close if we get a decent pop. All right, so they're not done yet. So I'll start at a quarter position. Looking for a bounce. I like these lotto calls to work. Probably wind up having to hold them till tomorrow. Excuse me. Do, do, do. All right, so we're drifting a bit lower.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, so we're shaking out the excess right now. NIMO was plus 19, almost plus 20. It's at plus 7 right now. NVIDIA, big move on NVIDIA lower. Having moved all the way back up to VWAP, took profits at the VWAP. If you did, congratulations. We've got a little bit more than 19 minutes to go. I need to go take a break for 1 second. I'll be right back, folks. I don't know, coming into today, NYMO was looking especially strong for the third day. Continues to trend higher. Tick cumulative, showing that they've been buying the dip. Continues to show we're getting a fast signal crossover, bearish crossover now. That's okay. We can get higher highs and higher lows and still get crossovers. We're looking for a trend change. Q's looking for a hammer here on the 5-minute, 15-minute, short time frames. Let's see what crude looks like. All right, crude's at the highs of the day. Junk bonds. Junk bonds look okay. Let's look at the 10-year. All right, potential buy the dip on the Qs, starting to ding there. You heard that. Possible buy the dip on Apple, Snap. All right, we're possible buy the dip on SPY, looking for a reversal to Qs, buy the dip right here at the previous lows. SPY looking for a reversal. NVIDIA, potential buy the dip. We've got quite a few stocks looking pretty good. NYMO starting to pick up again. NYMO picking up again.
Singapore headline that Oracle's TikTok bid leaves U.S. security concerns unaddressed. Shares of Oracle Palantir ticking a little bit lower, ticker ORCL. That headline one more time. Bloomberg reporting Oracle's TikTok bid leaves U.S. security concerns unaddressed. Shares of Oracle fall to a session low, but quickly rebound here. The stock down about 3 cents.
Okay, looking better. NVIDIA bouncing. Got a nice bounce on the spiders. All right, I'm almost in the money. I might take these off rather than add to them, just for a quick trade. Nice bounce in SPY. Just like that. I was tempted to take a full position. I would normally take about 25 calls, 25 calls on a lotto trade, but scaling in only took 5.
XRT Maxar granted European patent number, European patent title for formulation of its own test the delivery of RSV and coronavirus antigens.
That was a nice reversal on SPY. Got that RSI oversold. Nice bounce in Snap. Why is Bollinger Bands there? That's weird.
NCR announcing collaboration with Microsoft to power NCR Digital Connected Services. That's NCR and MSFT.
Board just sitting here adjusting charts. Okay. All right, so we're testing the low again. Choppy chop. NIMO, though, does point to improvement, so while we are getting chopped up, we are seeing improvement. We've got a little bit more than 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. All right, we're coming back down, testing the low, so we haven't followed through yet. All right, not much movement in TLT, right? Weekly, it's just been moving sideways. Since March, it's been in a range. The highs around 172, the lows around 155 to 160. TLT really hasn't given much of a hedge. What's GLD look like? GLD. Gold is hanging out.
$1 billion on the buy side.
1 billion to buy on the 1 billion to buy. That sounds good. $1 billion to buy. Buy the dip. All right. I haven't got the message yet. I haven't got the message yet. All right.
CKPT, Checkpoint Therapeutics getting a pop here. $4.50 the high on CKPT.
Yeah, only one program of any size traded today. Let's see what it's looking like now. Burst monitor users seeing almost no activity today, getting the picture now. Institutions are active on the buy side on down days only. So that was on the 14th. So they'll be active. They'll probably buy this down here. The Fed left rates unchanged at 0. Forecast 0 funds rate into 2023 and raises the GDP forecast. So gross domestic product forecast has been, they raised, so that's good. Lowers the unemployment rate outlook. So we're getting a bounce here with $1 billion to buy. That's funny. All right, so we're still playing around down here at the lows. Tick cumulative is still bullish. We do have NYMO looking better. Q's at the bottom. Facebook bouncing off the lows. Tesla bouncing. All right, things are bouncing. Snap is bouncing. SPY back down to the low of the day. All right, NVIDIA at the low of the day. NYMO still pushing higher. Got a pretty decent rainstorm outside. All right, SPY coming back in below yesterday's low. Testing them again. Shaking things out. That's closing bell. Yeah, that was my thoughts too. Golf Mania. Corey, that was my thoughts too.
U.S. fine buying of T-bonds for July, minus 22.8 billion. Overall net capital flow, minus 88.7 billion. Transactions plus 10 billion.
Oops.
AMG Amgen to showcase data from Oncology Pipeline during ESMO Virtual Congress. That's Alpha Michael Golf November.
All right, folks. All right, that's going to do it for me. It's Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Hope you guys had a good day.
Moderna and GC Group established collaboration to discover and develop mRNA therapeutics for pulmonary arterial hypertension. That's Michael Romeo November Alpha, Moderna. NCNA Nucana, November Charlie, November Alpha, announced a proposed public offering of common shares. That's November Charlie, November Alpha. That's ADSs on Nucana and CNA.
Hope everybody had a good day today.
Shares of Nucana dropping here after hours, down 40 cents at $5.29. November Charlie, November Alpha on that offering announcement.
Hope you all had a good day today. Thanks for sharing all your trade ideas. We noted that there was quite a few stocks posted in the trading room. A lot more stocks being profitable, which is a result of breadth improving. So more stocks were being posted in the trading room. Noticed that very early on the last couple of days. So thanks for trading with us today. This is Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is September 16th, Wednesday. Decent morning, and then of course we had the Fed meeting, and then it all fell apart. Still right, 921 day basing. I'll have something for you tomorrow. Tomorrow's blog post, I'll talk about that and what to look forward to. So have a great evening. Thanks, everyone. Hope you had a good day, and I hope it was profitable. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.